on the starting line, race number 6. Novice Sports Stock. Boat number 25 out of Oxford, Pennsylvania on the Sea-Doo, David Golder. Number 145 out of Pensacola, Florida on the EVS ODI Grips, PWC Dr. Yamaha, Brandon Morris. 757 out of Pensacola on the EVS GoPro ODI Grips, Rhino Power Nutrition, PWC Dr. Yamaha, Christian Morris. 787 out of Warner Robins, Georgia on the Jet Trim Moto Option Flow Vision Sea-Doo, that is Nick Murphy. In Sport Open, number 43 out of Sarasota, Florida, riding for Judge Motorsports, Broward Motorsports, and Snyder Builds, Michael Osborne. And in Junior Sports Stock, 13 to 15, 110 out of Fort Myers, Florida. Sponsored by IPD Graphics, Moto Option, Jet Pilot, Liquimolly, Davis Marine Systems, Pro Watercraft, and JC Racing. That is Colton Galata. So 3 classes combined here in race number 6, Novice Sports Stock, Sport Open, and Junior Sports Stock, 13 to 15. Course Marshal Randy down there doling out instructions here to our riders. Yeah, pretty much that was it. Go straight and turn left. Hold your line. Oh, hope everybody's having a good morning still. Gosh, it's still morning. What a beautiful Saturday for the first round of the 2023 Pro Watercross Liquimolly National Tour, presented by Jet Trim. Up here in the tower, Rick Lake with Kurt Nolenberg, and again, another season of Pro Watercross, and I think we're pretty excited about it, huh?
Another phenomenal season. This year is starting out so much better than last year did, and it's cyclical. Things go around. It looks like we're back in a building year. There's a lot of riders here, a lot of excitement, and I think it all comes from that International Cup at the end of the season out in Lake Havasu, Arizona, your backyard.
Yeah, looking forward to that, that's for sure.
Here we go. Oh, we'll see if they keep that. Somebody was jumped, but yeah, they're going to stop it.
Red flag. Man, we have had some red flags today.
Is that a number 43?
We're going to find out in a minute.
Is that Michael Osborne on that green blaster?
Well, line him back up.
You can't tell me that looks like a 43. It's a 4 and a star.
That one's tough to read.
That's horrible.
That one's tough to read. Yeah, we emphasize every year, well, it's better than not having it. Is there a number at all on that HX?
That's Y for a yellow hood.
Is there a number on it?
Not that I see.
Boy, I can't see it. Yeah, some of the custom numbers are very hard to see.
That's the first set of invisible numbers I've ever seen here in
Yes,
Pro Watercross.
I think you're right, but we always plead with the riders to please make your numbers very contrasting.
I think that's number 757, Christian Morris.
It looks like it.
Could be wrong.
I mean, we have trouble with them up here announcing, and if we have trouble, worse than that is the scores, if they have trouble scoring you.
Might be Brandon Morris.
Could be.
You see the Morris brothers side by side.
They're both out there, so it could be either one.
Christian got a little more experience, I'd say. Here we go. Two-card up, go sideways. And they're off. And they decided Michael Osborne should just hang out. He is the only one out there in a sport open machine, and it's obvious he's gone from dead last to second.
Well, it looked like Christian Morris with the early hole shot.
Well, it only
But
counts
obviously Osborne is out in front because that's a whole different animal he's on.
Morris there. Oh, that was a spectacular
boy, Superman.
chest man. Yeah.
Unintentional Superman down the front straightaway. It looked like the lanyard may have come off.
Oh, yeah, good for him to keep his legs behind his shoulders. Because, man, he was headed over the front of that thing.
He may be talking a little lighter when he comes into the pits.
He may.
Just saying.
Hey, which Morris was that?
Osborne out in front.
That was Christian?
Just rocking it. Christian Morris putting on a show down the front straightaway.
Well, Osborne, as you'd expect in the Sport Open class, just gone.
Yeah, that's a foregone conclusion right there. And then making that number out is very challenging.
Is that Nick Murphy?
I could not make out that number even with binoculars.
Wow. That's not good, folks. There's number 25. Oh,
hang on.
Too far.
That's 787 having a problem. Nick Murphy right out in front as he came off. Is he standing there?
Yes, he is.
This lake is not real deep.
No, it's not. Hence the warm water.
Osborne comes around.
Race number 7, you should be in staging. Amateur ski stock. Want to see everybody out there. You guys should be headed to the line right now. Amateur ski stock.
All right, let me try to make this number out again. That is... All right, up next, amateur ski stock, race number 7. You should be on the line. Amateur ski stock riders to the line as Michael Osborne rockets down the front straightaway with a substantial lead over the rest of the pack, to say the least.
Yeah, Osborne making good use of that horsepower, that Sport Open machine.
Looks like that must be one. Cannot tell who that is in front. 145, 110. Try to figure this out. And I'm using binoculars that are pretty high powered and very, very good. And I'm having trouble with some of these numbers. Michael Osborne just running away and hiding here in race number 6 on that Sport Open boat, riding for Judge Motorsports, Broward Motorsports, and Snyderbilt, so no wonder he is ultra fast.
Is there anybody else you'd rather have building your boats than that group?
That may be Colton Galata, 110, in behind behind Michael Osborne.
It could be.
I'm telling you, with the binoculars, I cannot even figure out that number, but it looks like it may be a 110.
Well, Galata, 15 years old, and that's the physical makeup looks right there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I checked him out. Well, it looks like a young guy. It's got to be him. But boy, is that number hard to read.
Yeah. They're putting the challenge on us right out of the gate, huh?
I mean, I need some 15-year-old eyes, I think, maybe to see that. But if the binoculars don't work, then you're really in trouble.
For those who like to get scored correctly, yeah.
I'm going with 110 Colton Galata.
I think so.
Yep. So that leaves the race for Novice Sports Stock in front of us right here, which would be, I think Nick Murphy's down a lap. So maybe that is, God, is that Golder?
No. That could easily be David Golder. No question. Well, look for the hair coming out. For the beard, he's got that.
Yes, he does.
Santa Claus beard going on.
To say the least.
Yeah, I asked him if it was a bet, and he said, no, somebody just told me they didn't think I could grow one.
No, that's Golder right there. Just came by. That's not him out in front. That is either, it's not Brandon. Oh, boy, I don't know. The confusing class of the day right here.
Really riding that thing well out there. You got a rider down on the far right-hand side of the track. Looks like on an HX. That'd be Nick Murphy or David Golder. Looks like Christian Morris there coming through the start-finish line. And there is David Golder in that 25. He's got that
him.
White and red, orange, fluorescent orange helmet.
Well, these sport boats really, really popular despite being last manufactured in the 90s. You know, a lot of riders really enjoy riding and competing on these watercraft.
Fun boats to ride, Rick.
Yeah,
they really are.
They're kind of a middle ground between a stand-up and a runabout.
Yeah, stand-up taking a little more balance, a little more physical agility. Compared to a runabout, no question, a sport boat is a lot to handle. Runabout, you're just trying to hang on.
Basically.
I mean, it takes talent,
especially.
But you're just trying to hang on.
Yeah, these days, especially with these new ones that are so fast. White flag out, 1 lap to go. Yeah, the stock runabouts are scary fast, let alone the GP boats.
Right?
Yeah.
They really are spectacular to watch.
So it looks like Osborne has dropped out, and Galata is going to take the checkered flag here in this first moto. Not sure what happened to Osborne, but he didn't come around, and it looks like that is Galata.
Well, typical for a mod boat.
Yeah, it could be. Could very well be.
Tom Keller.
Okay, that is 110. Now that he's stopped, I can see that it's a 110. Man, that was tough.
Is he going back out? Want to finish the race? Go all the way through the checkers?
I think he's trying to figure out where he needs to go after taking the win. Young man.
Goes.
He's a young man. What is he, 15?
Yep.
Yeah, 15 years old out of Fort Myers. right, down to the starting line, we've got race number 7. What do you think, Kurt? Amateur ski stock. This ought to be a good one, huh?
This should really be good. Look at some of the riders in here. All right, let's go ahead. I'll start it off with the number 36Y, Rafael Ades. He is out of Miami, Florida, and 51 years old.
Number 36 out of Naples on the Jason Racing Cloud9 Claims Yamaha, Jax Hayden.
On the number 69 Yamaha out of Naples, Florida, sponsored by TC Freeride, JSIN Racing, and Live Ruthless, Justin Oster.
Number 110 out of Bradenton, Florida, riding for Snyderbuilt, Judge Motorsports, Dean's Team, and Jet Trim, Torrey Snyder.
On the 192, also out of Naples, Florida, a lot of Naples amateur ski stock riders out there. He is on the Yamaha, 30 years old, sponsored by JSIN Racing, Joe Surratt.
And number 253 out of Niceville, Florida, on the Action Sports New Zealand Commander Yamaha, Aaron McConkey. And that is the lineup for amateur ski stock. And one thing interesting in this class, Kurt, is the range of ages for riders in this class. It spans from 16-year-old Justin Oster to, 54-year-old Aaron McConkey and everybody in between. It's a really wide array of ages.
I don't want to call anybody out, but Aaron McConkey has been 54 for the last 6 years.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah. Listen to the applause for the old guys.
Let's hear it.
And I'll tell you what, he is not an old guy. He is a fast guy.
Yes, he is. This is a good class, two-stroke, all two-stroke Yamaha Super Jets in this one. No Cowies in this one. So it'll be a good race.
Yeah, I was looking to see if Aaron had kind of slid in the Commander there because, you called it in as a sponsor. I'm like, well, it's a stock Commander.
Well, they make parts for,
everything. Yeah.
They work out, anything Yamaha. As far as stock boats go, they are a Yamaha dealer, obviously, Yamaha watercraft dealer out of the Phoenix area.
Oh, Phoenix, that's right.
Parker, wow.
No, Parker Yamaha, that's what I'm thinking of. The gentleman down there used to produce a lot of aftermarket parts.
Yep. Eric Blodgett used to own Parker Yamaha. I don't know if he still does. Good guy. Did business with Eric for many, many years. Got to be pretty good friends and really enjoyed working with him through the years.
Is he building the
great
CNC
dealership
stuff?
I don't know, but they had a very, very successful online parts catalog when online first became a thing, as they say.
Yeah, instead of the thing as it is now.
Right, exactly.
All right, here we go. Race number 7, amateur ski stock, moto number 1.
All right, who's going to hit the hole shot to go? I think
it's not Aaron McConkey.
Wow.
Oh, Aaron. Well, he got it going.
Wow, number 40 out in front, and I naturally don't have a 40. Oh, sorry, 110.
I was just going to say.
Torrey Snyder.
I'll bet that looks like Torrey Snyder to me.
I might have to buy some new binoculars, man. These are Nikons. They're good.
Yeah.
Snyder out in front. That looks like a 40 way out there in the first turn.
Let's see which way he goes.
And then Jax Hayden, 36, behind him in second. No surprise there. Jax, boy, he has really been getting faster through the years. We've seen that young man for a number of years now race, and he just gets better and better.
Yeah, that's definitely a top racing family. Stephen Hayden, his dad. Those guys are going at it. We got a battle on the back straightaway between second and third now. Ryder in second, pushing hard on that machine.
Yeah, that's Jax Hayden in second, Kurt.
Not surprising, Rick. Who is that in third?
We're checking it out right now. Let you know in just a sec.
Is that another 36?
Probably.
Rafael Ades?
No, looks like 192. Joe Surratt behind Hayden in third.
Yeah, Joe, 30 years old, a great rider.
And then a number 36, looks like Rafael Adis in fourth.
Well, still out in front on that 110, Tori Snyder.
Boy, it's heating up here in Sebring.
Well,
right,
Tori,
just
he's
about noon.
I'm sorry, Tori, he started out as a runabout rider, runabout specialist. Then he got the HX, and the HX, he really enjoyed that, so sport class rider. And here he is on a 1500 in the ski class and leading the race already. There's something about that Snyder clan. They are always fast.
Absolutely.
Tori Holt taking the flag, kind of the changing of the guard. His dad retired a couple of years ago from racing, not from working. And Tori is really just taking off. Great young man to talk to in the pits, very personable, and a brutally fast racer, Rick.
Very aggressive and really enjoying the racing since he started racing a few years ago. We've seen him, get into it, get in the mix, and man, he has produced some highlights on that runabout over the last couple of years.
On that HX too, I'd say.
HX as well.
I remember that time NASA called us with their low altitude radar. They caught Tori on it after a bail there. I think it was at Panama City Beach.
Yeah, we have had some highlights to say the least, but here he comes, 110 down the front straightaway with the lead. Tori Snyder at the halfway point. Moto number 1, race number 7. This is amateur ski stock. Riders kind of falling into their respective positions.
Yeah, race number 8 should be on the line here. Amateur freestyle, Marcio Benedetti out of Orlando. Looking forward to that, Rick.
Oh, that's going to be good. I saw his ski earlier today. Thought, this is going to be fun. Jax Hayden continues to nail down that second place position.
Sneezy for you to slay.
Exactly right. And then Joe Surratt in third now has dropped back behind Jax just a little bit after being pretty close to him early on. So, and actually Jax closing the gap on Tori just a little bit here, I think.
Be interesting to see which way is Jax going. Is he going inside? He is. So he prefers to ride in the pump wash of that big 1500 of Tori rather than trying the outside split. That tells me in this class at least that the inside is the key as we watch the next 3-4 riders going right through that inside. And finally a rider taking the outside. Let's see how that works out for him.
Oh, definitely almost noon here in Sebring and definitely starting to warm up here on a beautiful Saturday.
Yeah, one of the things that we haven't talked about, Rick, is I just watched a rider go around the penalty buoy there. There is a penalty buoy. It's the green buoy past the back straightaway on the far right-hand side of the course. If you miss a buoy, you need to make your way around and take that green buoy, which is a time penalty for going off course.
Exactly right.
Oh, feel that beautiful Florida breeze coming at us, Mr. Lake.
The more the better. Well, to a point. Be careful what you wish for.
Well, it's bringing a few clouds over from the Atlantic, I do believe.
Absolutely.
It's a straight shot, and boy, the weatherman couldn't have been more right.
On the money today, and beautiful day though. Great day for pro watercross racing here in Sebring, Florida.
Tori Snyder kind of just backing it down a little bit.
We're not too far away from the world famous International Raceway, Sebring International Raceway.
White flag out, Tori Snyder. Just now really putting the pedal to the metal.
One of the more famous road courses in America.
Yeah, that was always a goal of my father's. He used to race sports car, SCCA, Porsche, on the West Coast to come out to Sebring.
Yep, well-known, very, very famous racetrack for decades.
And that's it. Everybody's on the final lap.
All right,
and that was it. Sorry, as we're talking there, Tori Snyder takes the win. Jax Hayden in second.
a nice ride by Tori Snyder here in this first moto.
Wow, spectacular.
We haven't seen him on a ski much.
Yeah, no, not often. And boy, he sure put the pedal to the metal today. Joe Surratt in that third position. Aaron McConkey coming through in fourth. Aaron able to move his way up after a dead last start.
And that's going to finish the first round of motos here. Going to move on to freestyle, and we've got one rider here for freestyle. And what we're going to do is allow this rider, instead of having 2 minutes, to have
30 minutes.
As much time as he would like. He's from Orlando, so not too far away.
He may have to ride back there, get some more fuel, and come back.
Perhaps. And so we'll have a little freestyle exhibition.
Let our riders get off the course.
At the same time, we want to remind you that we've got a couple of really, really awesome food trucks back here. We've got a award-winning James Brown's Famous Flames barbecue. So that sounds absolutely incredible.
I can tell you, we were here 2 years ago. I had that for lunch. It was spectacular. I think I had the brisket. It was
so good. It was awesome.
Really good.
And then we've got a lobster.
Maine lobster.
Maine lobster truck, which, are you kidding me? Maine lobster?
Yeah, I don't mean secondary to Maine, like the state Maine.
But Maine lobster.
Yeah, they're cold and they're large.
So, yeah, so if you want to grab something to eat, we got a couple of wonderful food trucks. We've got a lemonade stand out here. Get some cold.
Oh, that's right.
Cold, refreshing lemonade. Perfect on a hot May day here in Sebring.
You don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the Liqui-Moly Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by Jet Trim. If you can't catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network. don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the Liqui Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by Jet Trim. If you can't catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network. You don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the Liqui Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by Jet Trim. If you can't catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network. don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the Liqui Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by Jet Trim. If you can't catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network. You don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the Liqui Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by Jet Trim. If you can't catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network. don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the Liqui Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by Jet Trim. If you can't catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network. You don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the Liqui Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by Jet Trim. If you can't catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network. You don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the Liqui Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by Jet Trim. If you can't catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network. You don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the Liqui Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by Jet Trim. If you can't catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network. don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the Liqui Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by Jet Trim. If you can't catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network. You don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the Liqui Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by Jet Trim. If you can't catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network. You don't want want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the Liqui Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by Jet Trim. If you can't catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network. You don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the Liqui Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by Jet Trim. If you can't catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network. don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the Liqui Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by Jet Trim. If you can't catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network. You don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the Liqui Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by Jet Trim. If you can't catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network. You don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the Liqui Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by Jet Trim. If you can't catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network. You don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the Liqui Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by Jet Trim. If you can't catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network.
Of course, the Miami Jet Ski Team and Reva Racing
It's a family affair there, Miami Jet Ski.
That's a fact.
And Frankie Mogica out of Tampa. He's on the Yamaha. Sea-Boost and Liquid Molly sponsored, and he's on that number 303.
All right, here we go. Back to racing. Race number 9. This is the Pro-Am Runabout box stock class, Moto number 2.
All right, looks like we've got our scores out there.
So these are very, very fast watercraft, even though it says stock, and they are relatively stock. Nonetheless, they are very, very fast right off the showroom floor, but they are able to do some minor modifications, and these boats run extremely hard, very, very fast equipment, as you will see.
All right, for those who saw the pit board there at the break, and race 12 and 13 had been switched, we switched them back, so just forget you ever saw it. Game on. Moto number 2, race number 9, Rick Lake.
Forget everything. There's nothing to see here.
Yeah. Move along, and there we go.
Here we go, and Valentina, boy, what a rocket ship.
Boy, she popped the trigger.
She comes from the outside and goes right around Mojica. Man, Valentina Lescano has become such a tremendously talented rider, competing on the world stage, and as well as right here in the first round of the Liqui Pro Watercross National Tour presented by Jet Trim. And man, Valentina wastes absolutely zero time.
Yeah, she's gets that lead. It's kind of demoralizing for the rest of the competition. They look over, oh, she's a girl, I got a chance. And that ends like as soon as the band goes, right? You got no chance. No offense. All right, up next, race number 10. You guys should be heading to the line. Pro-Am Ski Stock and Amateur Ski GP. You know who you are. Come on down.
So this class box stock runabouts, although that is a little bit of a misnomer. There are some modifications allowed. These are not exactly box stock off the showroom floor, but they are able to do some tunes on the ECUs, which has a tremendous effect compared to the true, showroom floor models, and adds a significant amount of top-end power to these watercraft. These boats are well over the 70-mile-per-hour range easily, and they're allowed some handling modifications as well. Scoop grates, ride plates, sponsons, some different things to make them turn and handle a little better in rough water. Increase the top speed yet again. They look for a place like Sebring here today. Very, very calm water for pro watercross racing. Next week we go to Panama City Beach, which could be the absolute opposite of the lake here in Sebring, Kurt.
Don't say it. Our race director says, do not jinx it. That's only bad for our course marshal. It is much better for your announcers. That's right.
I don't think I've ever seen Panama City Beach flat when we have been there. When we've been there, it hasn't been, for the most part.
Not for a full weekend. We like the first day flat. Oh, that wasn't any fun. Whoa, what happened overnight?
No comment about St. Augustine a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
That was a different animal.
Phenomenal.
That was a different animal for the entire crew, racers, support.
Who was the hero that weekend?
Well, right over here, Kevin Scott was the man.
Well, yeah, of course Kevin was the man.
The
John Block still is buying you dinner, right?
Yeah, Kevin proved himself in those conditions, that's for sure.
No, I was thinking Karis Webster.
Yeah, well, that was pretty amazing to see.
12-year-old Karis Webster.
Out there charging, man. She disappeared from sight all the time between those huge swells, like 8-foot swells.
Well, the thing that was so impressive is one of our newer course marshals declined to go out there.
That's
He's
true.
like, no, I can't do this.
I'm going to pass.
I'm going to die. And I'm like, dude, we got a 12-year-old girl out there who's doing a great job. And nothing about her being a girl. I've got 4 daughters. My girls will do anything our boys want to.
Oh, Valentina now, she is working her way up, and she could literally put Mojica a lap down. Man, Valentina does not know what the word back off means.
Yeah, she really doesn't. And that's, to her credit.
Oh, yeah.
Truly. I mean, you've seen her in the, as you said, worldwide stage. I think Poland's coming up. Is there just Thailand, too?
That I don't know.
I think that there was a Thai national race, was not the international race.
Yeah.
Poland is next week. Yeah.
I believe you.
So she must have another boat that's already on the way there or there already. Yeah. And here she goes, Valentina Lescano taking the inside. No offense, but humiliating Frankie Mojica. No,
that family is all in. The Miami jet ski team, they are all in on this sport, and they have been after it for a number of years now. Good to see them here again to kick off things here in Sebring. And Valentina just absolutely flying around this track on that very well sorted out Yamaha.
I just noticed she took the makeup buoy over there. So apparently there was an issue on that last lap. She goes around, picks it back up. No harm, no foul. Get on through.
And is now over a lap ahead. Mind-boggling.
So I guess we're going to skip race 10. Those guys on the line. Race number 11. You guys should be in staging right now.
Yeah, nobody in race 10 wants to race, apparently.
Apparently, Raphael Aids, Quade Brown, and Steve Hayden don't want to race. I don't know what the deal is. He's not on the line, man. Sorry, if they're not on the line, we can't have a race. It's kind of the way it works.
White flag out, 1 lap to go for Valentina Lescano on that black tip Jet Sports Miami Jet Ski Riva Racing Yamaha. Well, we are on the final lap, and there's 1 rider on the line. If you are in race number 9 and you're not on the line in about 1 minute,
you're going to miss it because we're having a fast band.
You're going to miss your race.
And by the way, race 11, you guys are supposed to be in staging already. You guys got to get off the couch and get over there.
Checker flag comes out for Valentina Lescano as she takes the win here in Moto number 2. All right, that will conclude race number 9. Race number 10 on the starting line.
Quade Brown has no competition. That's going to be good in the overall scoring. Our starter, Randy, saying, fire them up, boys. All of our kids, you got to be out of the water, kids. Parents, would you grab your children, get them out of the water? It is not safe for them to be there.
We cannot have anybody in the water that's not racing or holding.
Thank you. They can go around on the other side, but definitely not behind the line. That's not safe.
Thank you very much.
Somebody picks up a rock and spits it back, it could be horrific. Here we go. Race number 10, Moto number 2.
We're going.
On the line, Quade Brown out of Christchurch, New Zealand. He finished first in Moto number 1. He is sponsored by Action Sports New Zealand and Marshall Brown Advertising.
Wow.
And he is off. Stephen Hayden, where are you, sir? Raphael Aids, where are you?
Did not make the line for moto number 2, and here we go. So,
Yep.
Wade Brown.
Race 11, Sports Stock. You guys should be at the line right now. You should have been in staging before this race took off. Come on, guys, let's keep it going. It's the first race of the year. Let's make it happen. Quade Brown, we're calling him Fabio today, out there looking stylish all by himself. Let's face it, Rick, at this point he can make up his own course. He just go around the blue buoys for a few laps.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of race you get the start, you get a white flag, you get a checkered.
All right, look at this. The 999, Dustin Burry coming over. He doesn't want to miss this race.
Well, that's a good thing. 2023 Pro Watercross National Tour brought to you by Liquimali, Solas, Slippery Wetsuits, AOMC, Jet Trim, Fin GPS, Pro Watercraft, GPO Jet Ski, Watcon, Visit Sebring, and Lake Placid Marine. And thank you to our sponsors. We are very, very pleased to have you aboard the 2023 Liquimali Pro Watercross National Tour presented by Jet Trim.
Phenomenal sponsors, and boy, I just love this location. Everybody is so friendly.
Yeah,
what a way
cool.
to start off the year, Rick. It has been fantastic.
Yeah, I agree. I like this spot. This is nice. Very, very accommodating town. The lake is great. Everything's very close by here. It's really nice, you know.
Yep.
Our hotel, the Don Jose's restaurant last night, just down the road about 1 minute, which was just perfect for Cinco de Mayo.
And look at this.
There may have
Quade
been
Brown is really throwing it down there, even though he's racing no one. He is putting it down in the corners. He wants to get as much energy out there as he can. And Sport Class, that was that the white flag? Sport Class, you guys best be on the line.
There may have been a couple of margaritas enjoyed last night for Cinco de Mayo.
We got 5 boats almost on the line here, and 10 of them are entered. We're going to have people missing their race again, Rick.
Yeah, we're going to go as soon as this one's over.
And this is the white flag lap. If you're in sport stock, you should be on the line on your boat with your holders right now. Up next, race number 12, Pro-Am Ski GP, Ski 4-stroke stock. You guys start thinking about getting over into staging. As soon as that band goes and it's not a red flag, we need you on the line. And Quade Brown with a Moto2 win, back-to-back wins from the rider from Christchurch, New Zealand.
All right, here we go. On the line, race number 11, Sports Stock Moto number 2. Christopher Landis took a wire-to-wire win in the first moto. Tom Keller right behind him the entire race.
Oh, look at that. Jax Hayden barely made it thanks to some people holding up their hands. Not cool, guys. Get to the line. All right, everybody's on the line.
So let's see if Landis can pull another hole shot in this second moto. Here we go on the inside. Landis gets a great jump off the band.
And Keller, his boat just did not go. And look at that thing pick up on the median. Keller on the inside, pushing that rider wide. Oh, and Keller goes down. He's off the boat. No, he's not. He's back on the boat, Rick.
36, Jax Hayden took over second, battled with Keller. Jack's got the best of it. Keller certainly got the worst of that exchange. It's Landis, though, out in front on this first lap here in Sport Stock Moto number 2.
Yeah, Christopher Landis has been spectacular. You know, last couple of years he's been, his finishes have been going up, and now he's up at the head of the pack.
Yeah.
We got a lapper in front of him there, I do believe.
Look at Jax Hayden.
That's Hayden.
17 years old, out of Naples, Florida, and Jax is on the gas here. Moto number 2, trying to track down first moto winner, Christopher Landis, and he's doing a pretty good job right now, Kurt.
He really is, and just think of it. He almost missed that race, and we would have missed this. Guys, get to the line first. Speaking of which, race 12, you guys should be on the line or headed there. Pro-Am Ski GP, Jimmy Wilson, David Cabrera, Isaiah Washington. Show the amateurs how it's done, boys. Get up there first. Ski, 4-stroke stock. A group of you should be on the line right now.
Looks like Ken Waddle holding down that number 3rd position behind Jax Hayden, but he's got a battle. A rider on a Sea-Doo. We'll have to check and see who that is on the far right side of the course. Just went by Waddle.
I think it's Dustin Burry, because further back is Keller, and Keller is riding his tail off, folks. Boy, he went down, and he's up into that, looks like 6th position now.
Oh, that's 277. Matt Johnson that went by Waddle into 3rd, and now Johnson on the gas trying to track down Jax Hayden, whose charge has stalled out a little bit as he was trying to work his way up behind Landis. Landis poured on the throttle and extended that lead over Jax Hayden. Hayden still in 2nd.
Boy, great job by Hayden. I'll tell you what, it's no small feat to stay up there with Christopher Landis. That is one well-tuned machine and a well-tuned rider. Lots of practice. That guy's on the water all the time. Working for Riva Yamaha, you can see why.
Absolutely, but it's Matt Johnson now starting to put the pressure on. Matt goes to the inside of the split,
yeah,
where Landis and Hayden go to the outside. Here comes Matt Johnson.
Oh, that's going to work for Johnson.
Matt Johnson's going to overtake Hayden for 2nd place, and that may change some rider strategies about using that split. Almost everybody's been taking that outside split in the sport class. Now,
and Rick,
Johnson
Landis took the outside, and Johnson took the inside. Look at Johnson reeling in Landis now.
Yeah, Johnson is just on the charge here, and he is riding behind Christopher Landis. Matt Johnson got an 8th, if you can believe it, in moto number 1, which is really unusual, as Matt Johnson,
usually at the front.
He's been running a very, very strong up front. Absolutely.
Boy, Johnson on the inside, Landis on the outside. This is going to be close, Rick. Here they come. They're going to come together as they head out to the back straightaway. Landis there, but Johnson's got the inside.
Wow.
Landis makes it happen.
Wow.
No. Johnson made the move. He cut inside him at the last second, Rick.
Johnson got around him. A great charge here by Matt Johnson. Man, as he turned the tide, first moto, an 8th place finish here in moto number 2. Gets by first moto winner Landis, and now charges out ahead of Landis and starts opening the gap.
And you know what that's going to do? That's going to rough up the water and allow Jax Hayden to maybe move up a little and challenge Christopher Landis. Well, Valentino Lescano going insane down on the beach right now.
Well, Jax Hayden is just laying that blaster over for everything it's worth in the corners as he came around in front of us. Not only trying to keep the riders behind him, but trying to keep pace with the 2 riders in front and try to make something happen and maybe get up behind Landis. But, boy, Matt Johnson has checked out, got by a number of riders in the first few laps, got by leader Landis, and now has just absolutely opened a huge gap on Landis.
Well, Christopher Landis has the Moto 1 win, and I can just feel him saying, okay, you go ahead. I got my pace. I'm going to be comfortable. We'll be tied on points. We'll go into Moto number 3 and see what happens.
Absolutely. That looks like the way this man, it won't matter for Matt Johnson because he's got an 8th in Moto 1, so he's not going to contend for the win unless something really radical happens, like everybody breaks.
Right.
But an 8th is not going to fare well for the overall.
Well,
not sure what happened to Johnson in Moto number 1. We didn't see him up there. And, boy, we see him up there now here in Moto number 2. What a different moto.
yeah, I think he got cut off going into the first turn, and there was a bunch up there that slowed him down. And let's face it, Landis was gone in that first moto. And we do need race number 12, Pro-Am Ski GP to the line. Here comes Landis, Jax Hayden on fire, and Dustin Burry. That's Dustin Burry on the HX. Coming up behind him, Burry to the outside, Hayden to the inside. Watch these two hulls battling here. Here he comes on the outside, and Jax Hayden makes that inside work, stays ahead, but Burry in tow. He's going to put the pressure on down this back straightaway. Matt Johnson out in front on the outside. Christopher Landis in second, also on the outside. Hayden going to the inside and Burry to the outside. Let's see, Rick, this will tell us. Hayden and Burry and Hayden. Oh, Hayden's going to make it work again. That inside's working if you use it.
Yeah, these riders all took the outside split Moto number 2, and that has changed dramatically here in this second moto. Moto number 1.
That's
second moto, they're going on the inside.
Yeah, Ken Waddle saw it. He's on an earlier lap. He's running the inside now. And we hadn't talked about him, Wyatt Hayes. He was up front, finished 4th, I believe, in moto number 1, maybe 3rd. What was that? 3rd position. He's all the way at the end of the pack. See if we can get that Polaris to move up just a little before the end of this moto. Matt Johnson onto the front straightaway. Large and in charge.
Just running away with this thing. Amazing turn of events here from the first moto for Matt.
Oh, look at this battle coming from the inside. Dustin Burry is got by Jax Hayden. He's looking at Christopher Landis. The HX Armada coming through, Rick.
Yeah, the battle. Now Jax Hayden's got another rider on his tail. What a battle here in Sports Stock Moto 2. Great racing out here in Sebring.
Looks like we got a rider down. Yep, rider down, far right-hand side of the track. That might be Dustin Burry. That was the last HX that I saw go through.
Yeah, he is off the boat back there.
Way off.
It does look like the 999, I believe, a Burry.
Matt Johnson just stretching his legs, backing it down a little, saving what he's got. Christopher Landis full on attack mode, and Jax Hayden made a move back here. And is it possible? It is. Tom Killer Keller is battling up there, trying to get behind Hayden, and he does. Keller coming back from dead last and battling with Hayden for 4th spot.
And that was Burry out there off the boat on the right-hand side of the track. Now he's back up and underway, but he'll be down.
Yeah, that going down the lap is awful difficult. It's my personal. All right, here's Matt Johnson. Looking for some, not seeing any laundry out there yet. Johnson's got, hope he put a lot of fuel in there. And Burry is down. There's Landis in second. Hayden in third. couldn't catch the numbers in fourth, and then Keller in fifth. Keller going to the inside. That's worked for those HXs. Let's see what happens here. White flag coming out. Matt Johnson sees that thing, pulls the throttle a little bit harder. Dustin Murray down a lap, and he's in behind Johnson. Here comes, Christopher Landis. And Jax Hayden back in that third spot. That is Torrey Snyder behind Hayden. Torrey Snyder, no wonder Keller couldn't get by. Torrey Snyder pushing that white machine hard. And Keller moves in behind him, but it's the last lap. That's not going to work for Keller, I don't believe. We'll see. There's a half a lap to go. Matt Johnson on the outside. One more buoy and down the straightaway. He will get this moto win. Christopher Landis in second. He is also taking the outside. Hayden going to the inside. Jax Hayden going to the inside. Going to try and make a move on the outside. That's Keller. Not going to make it. Here comes. No, I called it wrong. It's Torrey Snyder. Makes the move on the inside. And then he gets third. Keller is fourth and Hayden is fifth. Wow, did that change in a half a lap. What's your thought about that, Rick Lake? I agree. Good sandwich. Wow, what a race. That's awesome. Well, we got 5 riders on the line. We got 5 boats on the line for race 12, and we should have 8. That's too bad. Or 11, excuse me. Yeah, 8 boats in race 12, and we've got 4 on the line. Here comes Jimmy Wilson. We'll make it 5. One more, we'll have an even half dozen, Rick. Wowie, wow, wow. Well, what a great race. It was so fun to announce. Christopher Landis strong out in front for a good beginning of the race. Matt Johnson was able to get by and extend his lead. Tom Keller might be the biggest surprise there. He was dead last, pulled all the way up into 5th. And Torrey Snyder, I'll tell you what, he came through when he had to, went from 5th to 3rd in that last half a lap. Torrey Snyder tearing up that inside split course. I'm thinking a few more people are going to try it this afternoon, Rick. Race number 12, Pro Am Ski GP, ready to go. Jimmy Wilson and Isaiah Washington side by side. Wilson had the inside bit. Washington right there. These two taking off right where they were, where they left off at moto number 1. They're both going to the outside. Oh, everybody's going to the outside this first lap. Jimmy Wilson makes the turn, turns that AOMC machine wide open down the front straightaway. We got a green flag. This is the race. Isaiah Washington in second. Blaine Spooner in third. I think that might be Sophie Francis out there in fourth position. Sophie been really getting strong on that Kawasaki SXR 1500. We'll see them when they come around. Jimmy Wilson using the inside split course. Oh, he's gonna absolutely dominate. And look at this, is that? Yes, that is 220 Blaine Spooner using that inside as well. Here comes the 911, Sophie Francis in that fourth position. And here comes Johnny Smith making a move. Johnny going to the outside. Not sure if that's Weber or Quade Brown going to the inside. That works for Johnny Smith. He moves up a position. Top 3 on the far left-hand side of the course. Here's Jimmy Wilson making the turn onto the front straightaway. Wilson using that inside every single time, and every time he does, he gets distance. Excuse me. On Isaiah Washington. Washington's got to try that inside. Spooner right there. Spooner on the 4-stroke stock machine up there battling with the GP boats. Mics are hot. Jimmy Wilson halfway down the back straightaway, second position. Isaiah Washington just getting on as Wilson is just leaving the back straightaway. These two are having themselves a battle. Blaine Spooner out of Sunrise, Florida on this SXR 1500 in the third position. Behind him, also on that SXR 1500, Sophie Francis. She's hitting and getting. And believe it or not, Rick Lake, Jimmy Wilson is getting ready to lap fourth place right now.
Well, Jimmy is absolutely on fire today. Picking up where he left off last season on that AOMC GP1. And Jimmy just mentioned it in moto number 1. He is such a composed rider, so smooth. Rarely makes a bobble, rarely makes a mistake. Once in a while, but not often. And in doing so, he makes it look kind of effortless out there, and it's anything but on these high-powered aftermarket 4-strokes, the GP1, the Pro Force, that Isaiah Washington's on, all powered by the 1500cc Kawasaki 4-stroke power plants. And these boats are just viciously fast and hard to hang on to for normal riders. Although these pros, man, that have put the time in on them, they put them to good use. And Jimmy Wilson is a perfect example of that, as he has now a few years under his belt on a GP1, and he is absolutely flying out here. As we watched him all last season, just put on a performance after performance to take the national championship.
Right, that AOMC machine is absolutely ballistic out there, and it has been for the last couple of years. Those two have been working hard in the off season, and if anything, it looks faster than last year. And I wouldn't have thought that was possible, Rick.
Jimmy definitely put on a show here today in Sebring. Now behind him, Isaiah Washington on his first race on a brand new Pro Force 3.0, the latest iteration out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Isaiah just got it, had about an hour on it before he came to Sebring this weekend, so he's getting tuned into that a little bit, going to get that sorted as time goes by, and he's really fast. He looks really good on it, but as of yet, not really on pace with Jimmy Wilson so far today, but Isaiah is going to pick it up and get dialed in on that boat, I think, as the season goes on. It takes a lot of tuning, it takes a lot of adjustments to ride at the level these guys ride at. As I mentioned earlier, these boats are just viciously fast. And you got to be in fine form, both physically and mentally, to ride at the level these guys can ride at these days. So Wilson out in front and in control here, moto number 2, as he was in moto number 1. Cabrera running 3rd place in Pro-Am Ski GP. So Blaine Spooner with a 5th in moto number 1. He must have got marked down because we had him as a winner. Sophie Francis got the win in Moto 1. Sophie on the number 911. All riders in the ski 4-stroke stock class on Kawasaki SXR 1500s. So Sophie garnering a 1st place in Moto number 1. Great finish for Sophie. As she comes around, making the turn onto the front straightaway, the number 911, Sophie out of West Palm Beach, Florida, riding for Fly Racing, Blacktip, Quakey Sense, Works H2O, APS Racing, Liquimali, and Jet Dynamics. Isaiah Washington comes flying by on his Pro Force. And right behind him, looks like the 220, I believe, of Blaine Spooner. I can figure out the leaders in this ski 4-stroke stock class. Johnny's back there behind Spooner. It looks like Sophie Francis leading this moto number 2, if I'm not mistaken. As Cabrera comes by on his GP1. Sophie one more time down the front straightaway. These riders putting in some fast laps here this afternoon in Sebring, getting this course dialed in on these stand-ups. Nobody more dialed in out here today than Jimmy Wilson on that number 300 AOMC GP1, as he is just putting in some blisteringly fast laps and working his way up through the field, putting rider after rider down a lap. In fact, he's not too far behind Isaiah Washington now. As Isaiah looks over his shoulder at the end of that back straightaway and sees Jimmy Wilson charging up on him. Man, Wilson absolutely putting on a show here today. Round number 1 here in Sebring in the 2023 Liquimali Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by Jet Trim. White flag out, final lap for race number 12 here, Pro-Am Ski GP and Ski 4-stroke stock. But this has been the Jimmy Wilson show in the GP class so far today by quite a measure. Sophie Francis comes by taking the white flag. 1 lap to go for Sophie. First moto winner in the ski four-stroke stock class. Here comes Isaiah. And here comes Wilson taking the win. What a performance by number 300. Jimmy Wilson here today so far. He has been untouchable with a clean sweep in both the first and second motos. Jimmy definitely one of the faster riders in the country right now, and he is showing us why. So I'm going to say I believe Sophie Francis going to take the win here in moto number 2 unofficially. A great moto for Sophie. She took the win in moto number 1. Now here backs it up with a win apparently in moto number 2. Isaiah comes by on the Pro Force to finish out his second moto. And that'll take us to race number 13 down on the line. That'll be IROC 1100, moto number 1 for them. So we got 4 boats on the starting line, and let's see who we got. All right, boat number 91. I believe out of Venezuela. It says Port Lucie CH, and I believe she is from Venezuela, if I'm not mistaken. And she is a rider to watch. We saw her last season, very, very fast. Maria Elena Coronado. 321 out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Jim Devlin. 729 out of Lake Placid, Florida. Riding for Stanley Racing and Atlantic Industries. That's Jeff Stanley. And 787 out of Warner Robins, Georgia, on the Jet Trim Moto Option Flow Vision Sea-Doo. That'll be Nick Murphy. This is IROC 1100, moto number 1, race number 13 on today's schedule. Chile, CH must be Chile. Thank you, Kurt. I would guess. Chile. It is Chile. You're correct. I remember talking yesterday to him, and it is Chile. So let's keep an eye on Maria, as we were very impressed last season with her. Boy, she gets a good jump. Maria with a great jump right in the middle, but not sure she's going to hold it. Oh, she does. Wow. Maria with the whole shot and the lead here. Moto number 1 of IROC 1100. And she is out in front charging immediately.
Look out, folks. Maria is back. It's been a year since you saw her, and it's the same view you got last time. You can only watch her going away.
IROC 1100 boats, which is a interesting combination of watercraft out there.
Yeah, Jeff Stanley in second, Jim Devlin in third, Nick Murphy in fourth, Rick.
You got some old vintage Sea-Doos out there, the XPs. Maria on the Yamaha, but she is on the gas and flying down that back straightaway. 19 years old, out of Chile. Marina Elena is looking very good, picking up right where she left off last season. Man.
Yeah, she was a big surprise. No surprise now. I'll tell you what, Jeff Stanley working that X4 hull on the inside. And Jeff Stanley has won some championships on that boat, believe me. He is a gritty competitor. Maria can be exceptionally fast on that machine, but Stanley is just hitting and getting right now, Rick. They're side by side as they head out, and Maria took over from Stanley yet again.
Yeah, she closed the door on Stanley as he made a move. She did not let him by, so he's going to have to go back to work on that XP. Maria and Elena out in front, but boy, Jeff Stanley charging up again. Marina Leno down the front straightaway, still leading this with Stanley in tow behind her, keeping the pressure on, looking for a mistake perhaps. This is IROC 1100. Here comes Stanley, charge again on the right side, outside of the course, keeping the pressure on Marina. Maria not having any of it as she continues to keep that Yamaha pinned out in front. Down the back straightaway.
Rick, I want to point out there's only a 32-year age difference between Jeff Stanley and Maria. So that old man,
that's not much.
He's pushing hard. He's using that inside again.
Yep.
And that X4 Hulse. Maria's still going to come out, but boy, he gobbled up some distance there.
He's trying everything he can. White flag out, one lap to go for Maria. Stanley right in tow, going to go the outside on the right-hand side as Maria takes the inside. See if he can make something happen on that Sea-Doo. That vintage Sea-Doo XP, man. He is making it work. Lost a little bit of ground, not much there. Keeping her pretty darn close.
Well, as long as Maria's smooth all the way through this outside, she should be good. One bobble, though, and Stanley will be right there.
Oh, yeah, she cannot afford a mistake because he'll be by. But you know what? It's going to be too little, too late for Stanley as Maria comes down the front straightaway. She'll take the checkered flag and the win here. Great ride, Maria Elena Granado in photo number 1 of IROC 1100.
Yep, we'll have 2 and 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, we will, and a nice ride by Jeff Stanley as well.
Absolutely. Man, that guy just never says die. He really can, he's had more comebacks than, well, I don't know what to say about that.
You don't know what to say? What?
All right, beginner ski stock should be on the line. Race 14, beginner ski stock. We have no riders on the line. And our start here, Randy's going to call it off. If you guys aren't there, we'll go to race 15. It's got to be a learning lesson, I guess. Zach Azzotti is trying, man. Push that thing to the line, Zach. On the rack is not on the line. All right, beginner ski stock is on the line. 2 out of 3 boats are going to make it.
All right, beginner ski stock. This is also moto number 1. All right, well, somebody didn't show up for the start, unfortunately.
I believe that was Marcio Bendetti missing, but we'll check that as he comes around.
And another rider having a problem right off the line.
That was Zach Kozadi out of Tarpon Springs, Florida, the 34-year-old. Have a little problem with that boat, but he's up and running now. Who is that out front? Is that the, it is the number 5. Johnny O. Bermuda out of Weston, Florida, 28 years old on the Kawasaki, Rick.
And it was, who didn't make it? Marcio.
Our freestyler.
Wow. All right. So be it. Well, that gives
I wonder who pissed him off.
Janio a huge lead as he rockets out of that Kawasaki SXR 1500. This is beginner ski stock, moto number 1. They'll run their first moto today and then the second and third motos tomorrow.
Up next, race 15, junior ski stock. I look down there, Kylie Meyer on the line. Kylie, you get the early award for the day. That's right. See, everybody else is tired of hearing us talk about it. You're the only one that listened. It was worth it. Still out front, Johnny O. Bermudez out of Weston, Florida. And on that 701 Yamaha, Zach Kozadi.
'23 Pro Watercross National Tour. Sponsored by Liqui-Moly. Our presenting sponsor, Jet Trip. Official prop and jet pump, Solas. The official wetsuit, Slippery Wetsuits. Official online parts partner is AOMC, Jimmy Wilson sponsor. Presenting official seat cover and mat, Jet Trim. Official GPS security, Finn GPS. Official watercraft, Pro Watercraft. Our vintage parts supplier, GPO Jet Ski. Here on site with some amazing 550s, just gorgeous equipment. Watcom.
Hey, keep it down over there.
Sponsoring again this year, our host city, Visit Sebring. And our local sponsor, Lake Placid Marine. And thank you to all of our sponsors for this year's Pro Watercross National Tour. As our leader, number 5, comes down the front straightaway, 28 years old, out of Weston, Florida, on the Janio. His name is Janio Bermudez on that SXR 1500.
Well, Rick, we haven't said anything about our worldwide audience on the live stream. We're not on camera here today. For some reasons we can't go into, but want to let everybody on the live stream know. Hopefully you're enjoying it. We've heard that there's a little buzz going on.
Well, I don't think anybody's disappointed they can't see us. So I think
Right.
they're not tuning. They're tuning in to watch the racing. So I don't think that's a huge disappointment to anybody out there, I would say.
Are you saying our viewership is going to go up?
I think it very well could.
It may double.
It very well could.
Oh, you got rid of those guys. Okay, we'll watch now.
Exactly. But if there is a buzz you're hearing and a problem with the audio, we apologize, and that'll be fixed by next weekend, round number 2 in Panama City Beach.
Yeah, it didn't come out when we were testing it, but it's definitely a hardware issue that we've identified. Just nothing we can do about it this weekend. But next week in Panama City Beach, look for a little bit better sound. And our thanks go out to Caden, who's manning the camera today, doing a phenomenal job. What a big surprise to have him come out there is
Checkered flag, Kurt.
Zach Ozzotti. No, not Zach Ozzotti.
Johnny
Johnny Bermudez.
Yeah.
Young man out of, I say young man, 28 out of Weston, Florida.
That's a young man.
He gets the first moto win.
And Zach will take second.
And up next, junior ski stock 10 to 12 and 13-15. In the 10 to 12 on the number 23 Yamaha out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Sponsored by Spoon Dog Racing, Mom and Dad's Wallet, and Uncle Matt. Gotta love Uncle Matt, Cameron Spooner.
Truer words never spoken right there. In junior ski stock, 13 to 15-year-old, number 529 out of Jacksonville, Florida, riding for Goodwill Racing, Taylor's Outboards and more. Mom and Dad's Wallet as well, 13 years old, Kylie Meyer.
Yeah, that's a popular sponsor on our junior riders, has been for a decade.
And Kylie's got quite a cheering section here today. Very cool.
Boy, they're side by side. Looks like Spooner might have made the move in front on that number 23 Yamaha. Cameron Spooner getting the initial hole shot. Let's see how they go through the split on the first lap. And that is Cameron Spooner out front. Kylie Meyer in tow. Cameron, 11 years old. She's in that stock 10 to 12. And Kylie, 13. She's in that 13 to 15-year-old class.
Cameron Spooner, number 23 out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, out in front. And course corrected just a little bit to make the right decision. Challenging racing on these courses because if you're not experienced at going around buoys on a course like this, a closed course, it can be very confusing. Whoa, here we go. What a battle. Kylie Meyer
used the inside to her advantage.
Cameron Spooner going at it here. Awesome race.
Well, Kylie took that inside. It's the first time she's been in front today. Cameron on the outside here, and Kylie using the inside again to gap her. Wow. Well, that's what 2 years more experience will do.
Cameron 11, Kylie 13. It's where the future champions come from, is this class right here.
No question about it.
We've seen it a number of times over the years, and it's pretty cool to see these young riders start getting experience. But as I was mentioning a minute ago, there's not many riders that haven't gone the wrong way at least once in their life on these courses. And it takes experience, it takes learning and focus and concentration. And when you're in the heat of battle and your heart's pumping, you can't hear yourself think, and boy, you look up out of a corner and there's a couple buoys in front of you. Which one do you go to? We've all gone the wrong way.
Oh, yeah. Boy, I tell you who's not going the wrong way now is Kylie Meyer.
No, she's not.
She is putting the pedal to the metal.
Yeah, it's looking good out there. Kylie out of Jacksonville, 13 years old. And she knows her way around this track here in Sebring, to say the least.
Rick, just want to throw it out there. We got another race coming up. And we got a couple of riders getting their boats down here early. Veteran Ski GP, they know what's up.
Well, if anybody's going to get there on time, it should be these guys.
Jeremy Schandelmeyer, one of the first out there. Thanks, Jeremy. And who is that? That is the number 13, James Wright out of Lakeland. There you go, James. Way to get there. Kylie, right in front, down that front straightaway, makes the turn. Oh, goes to the outside. And the inside, not the outside this time, Rick. Oh. Boy, great job by Kylie Meyer. Look at her on the back straightaway, down in the tray. Looks like she's in total control over here.
And just to make sure you know, we've got a couple of really good food trucks down here. Great barbecue, some Maine lobster, man. What a treat, huh?
I could not eat any more right now, Rick. I am stuffed.
Ice cold lemonade.
White flag out. Kylie Meyer. Got one more lap around this track and she'll have a Moto 1 win.
Veteran Ski GP Moto number 1 on the line. Going to be a good one. Got some great veteran riders down there, Kurt.
Well, I can't wait to see what David Golder does. Dave came in early, picked himself up a new boat. It's a K1. He says, yeah, it's way faster than I am, but I'm going to go out and try and have some fun. No, really, he was thinking not riding, and I'm like, man, yeah, you got to get out there and run that thing.
These are guys in their 50s and 60s on very, very fast equipment, and man, my heroes, I'll tell you what. Not easy.
And folks, put your hands together for Kylie Meyer.
Well, let's hear the
Moto 1
Kylie
number
Meyer
win.
cheering section down there. Right on, I love it. Man,
You know, you guys could be louder.
she's a fan favorite, no doubt about it.
We'll look for you to be louder tomorrow.
All the
Moto
way,
2 and 3.
all the way from Jacksonville. We got,
Make it count.
we got round number 3 up near Jacksonville this year in June. I bet they'll all be here. I'll be there. I'll be here. You be there. We'll be somewhere. Round 3.
Kylie Meyer, yes. We're starting on the fan club.
Near Jacksonville, not in Jacksonville.
In proximity.
Yeah.
Got it.
Keystone Heights. Yeah, 30 miles, 40 miles south of Jacksonville. So it's the closest
Right there.
big city.
Compared to where we live in California, it's like right there.
Well, it's a hometown event for these folks from Jacksonville is what I'm saying.
Oh, no question about it.
Everybody trying to correct me.
Yeah,
All right? Just try to follow along, okay?
Bring
It's not
1,200 of
that
your
hard.
closest friends and family.
Try to follow along here, okay?
Oh, they pissed him off now.
We got the king of pickleball up here giving us directions about A place he's never been to.
On their jerseys near Jacksonville, right?
the Pickler.
They're sponsored by
got-
near Jacksonville.
We love Pickle TV, man. The king of Pickle TV is up here.
You know, I was trying to tune into it. I inadvertently went to Tickle TV. It was totally different, Ray. I much prefer the Pickle. That didn't sound right, Rick.
Yeah, I'm not even going to comment on that
Well,
one.
let's talk about veteran GCP as they're taking off. James Wright, David Gola, Robin Dundas, Peter Nacko, Aaron McConkey, and Jeremy Schandelmeyer are out there on the water. And who we got?
That is boat number 13, James Wright, out in front.
Second youngest rider in the field, not surprising.
And that looks like a Pro Watercraft
That
today.
is a Pro Watercraft
Wow,
boat.
Pro Force out in front.
Right?
What a great ride so far. James Wright, 52 years old, out of Lakeland, Florida. Man, he is charging on that Pro Force.
And listen to this. Behind him, Pete Noctitol. He is our oldest rider at 63. Behind him, Aaron McConkey, 54 years old, but he's been 54 for 6 years.
Yes, he has, but they are both on Commander GP1s as well. Also, very fast equipment, but I'm going to tell you right now, look at James Wright. This guy is absolutely flying out there, out in front on that Pro Force.
Oh, he's hitting and getting that boat. That thing turns like crazy, Rick. And boy, talk about acceleration at top speed.
Wow. Number
He
13.
is dominating. I mean, it's one lap, he's got a half a lap lead already.
He is absolutely dialed in here in Sebring.
That's
no
almost
question
not
about
fair.
it. 43, Pete Natchko, and that 253, Aaron McConkey going at it.
Yeah, McConkey used the inside and almost made the pass. And watch him over here on the right-hand side of the course. McConkey going to try. He's going to make that move, and he does make the pass. They're side by side. McConkey's got position, and he'll take over.
Man, tell you what, with the ages these guys are, the backs, man, I'm feeling it up here, man.
Are you kidding me? I'm calling the hospital now, making a reservation.
I'm feeling it up here in my back just watching them. It is a workout on these stand-ups. They are very demanding, and these very fast stand-ups equally more demanding. But out in front, James Wright is impressive, huh?
Well, he is. I was just going to comment on that boat that's going by slowly. The kind of bump of the throttle. That's David Golder getting used to the kind of horsepower that machine has.
That's a whole nother world.
And you know what? I guarantee you, David is having a ton of fun out there right
He's probably
now.
got an ear-to-ear grin.
Always does.
He does. He's
He is
the
such
nicest,
a positive guy.
nicest guy, really cool, ear-to-ear grin. James Wright, though, wow. That's going to be some good GoPro footage right there.
Boy, talking
Mr.
about bringing a gun to a knife fight.
Pickle TV. Look at him promoting up here.
Tickle PB, what's that?
Is that on OnlyFans?
Soon to be on OnlyFans, he says.
Somebody laughed.
Well, James Wright setting up to start lapping people. Halfway flags are coming out when James gets here, and he will be well into lapping the field. It is almost not fair, Rick, how much faster that machine is right now.
No, it's ridiculous.
I mean, seriously.
Well, I don't know if it's the machine. It certainly is incredibly fast, but this guy can ride it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the talent it takes to ride these aftermarket hull boats powered with these 1,500cc Kawasaki four-stroke monsters is phenomenal. I mean, and this guy, James Wright, on that Pro Force is absolutely charging out there, leaving no question in anybody who's mind here in Sebring who the fastest rider is in veteran ski GP.
And
I'd like to see him in Pro-Am ski GP.
As would I. I will tell you, you know how you get that fast, Rick, to all the younger riders out here that are just starting? You get on the water and you practice until you've got everything out of your stock machine, and then you start moving up in horsepower.
Yep, it's like it's putting a lot of tanks of gas through jet skis for years and years and years. There's no getting around it. Got to put the effort in.
Yeah, these
More than
guys
anything in the world.
These guys been riding for decades, decades.
You're creating a whole new language.
I'm working it, baby.
You've got your own language, Kurt. We've always known that, so I just go along with you.
I know
Shake
you
my
do.
head,
And
yes.
I really appreciate that.
I just go along. I'm along for the ride.
Watch James Wright on the end of this back straightaway. He's got two riders in front of him. Decisions to be made. He's going to cut to the inside. One rider on the inside trying to stay in front. Let's see what happens. James Wright going to be pushing hard on that inside. Yeah, that's Aaron McConkey. And here goes Wright.
White flag comes out for Wright, as he is just in a league of his own right now. It's amazing. He's got to be one of the fastest over 50-year-olds in the country.
Well, and he is right now lapping the field. That's it. He's lapped the entire field.
No, I mean, you could see that was going to happen from the first lap. I mean, this guy's impressive, ladies and gentlemen. Check him out. This is one of the fastest over 50 veteran riders in this country, without question. Maybe in the world. I'm not going to go that far, but I don't see enough riders on the national stage to make that comment. But he's got to be right up there with the best.
Yes, he is. I'll tell you what, I can see it already. There's a petition going around to move him to the Ski GP class and get him the heck out of here.
Yeah, number 13, James Wright on that Pro Force, takes the win. I don't know if that's a Pro Force 1, 2. I know it's not a 3, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
It's either a 1 or a 2, but man, that guy is sorted out on that, well sorted on that Pro Force. I am impressed.
And here's the deal. I agree with you. I believe that's a Pro Force 1. If he gets to the new Pro Force 3.0 that is lighter and stronger with better handling, look the heck out. Put that guy in Ski GP.
No question. He should be in it now.
You're no longer available for veteran ski.
He can ride both classes as far as I'm concerned.
Hey, we got race 17 on the line. Both of our competitors are there, I believe. And look who it is. Marcio Benedetti
and Troy Weeks. Benedetti out of Orlando. And where is Troy out of, Kirk?
Florida.
Wachula. Is that right? Wachula.
Now we're just wanting to get the pronunciation correct. Thank you. Is that like Chattanooga, Wachula? Well, Course Marshal Randy getting ready to start him up. We're calling him Course Starter right now. Course Starter Randy. And he goes out and gets to be a savior for the rest of the race.
Marshal, starter, legend, Course Marshal Randy.
You know one of the greatest things he's ever done? Created his son Kevin Scott.
There you go. That's a good one.
Right?
I was a little worried where you were going with that, but
oh, look at these guys want to get in the open class. Sorry, boys, you had to be signed up this morning.
a little concerned where you were going with that, Kurt. But I think you made
I don't know why.
the right call.
Absolutely.
Well, the beginner runabout class, by far, the most frightening class in all of pro watercross. Oh, and that rider just went right over the top of the buoy. As I was saying that, he demonstrated to me.
But stayed on.
Made my point accurate.
What machine is that, Rick?
That's the one that was sinking earlier.
Yes, but what model Kawasaki? I mean, you know those things. Pretty darn good.
STX?
It is.
An STX, I believe.
1100 or 1200?
Not sure.
Boy,
but it's a swapper.
He needs to put a little bit more time in some
it's
spots
okay.
that's on that.
Hey, it's a beginner class. This is what it's for, to get out here, learn to race, have a good time. It doesn't matter what boat you're on. You know, it really doesn't matter at all.
Yep.
And, you know,
You survive the beginner class, you're ready to go.
You learn to read the course. You learn to, as he just, missed the buoy. Anyhow,
It's like you remote control him, Rick Lake.
I'm sorry, sir. It's not my intention here.
Back off that joystick, will you?
Well, we've seen a few.
Whoa, he's going a little wide.
After watching about a few million, announcing a few million pro
All right.
watercross races in my life,
And here's where
it goes bad.
here's where the confusion goes.
This is where it goes bad.
So he is now down.
So we
4 laps.
were talking earlier. It's not easy. It's easy to miss a buoy.
Yes.
And so this is,
exceptionally.
we are not making fun of, we are not at all, disparaging anybody. We just know from experience.
I was just going to say, only because we've done it too.
Been there, done that, and it's hard. It takes some learning. It takes some riding, and this is what the beginner class is for: is to learn how to race.
You know what, Rick? There's no truer statement that every world champion at one point was a beginner rider.
That's a fact.
Every single one of them. So, yeah, we are not making fun at all. Bless these guys for getting out here and competing.
Oh, I love it,
And they'll
man.
get better. If they keep with it, they'll get better.
As long as they stay away from each other, it's good. When they don't, it gets a little testy. But we actually, the truth is, we have had some really good beginner runabout races through the years that were unbelievably competitive. Because it doesn't really matter how fast you are or not. If you've got somebody you're racing with that's approximately the same speed, you're going to have a good race, and that's fun to watch.
Oh, I'll tell you, we got to get that guy off the course. You got to get that paddle boater off of there.
Yeah.
I know it's cute, but it's not. If one of these boats that are coming up at 70 miles an hour lets loose, he's in a very dangerous spot.
Yeah, that's a bad move right there on the canoe. We got a slow mover out there on the course.
And it's not very deep for him to dive and get out of the way either.
No. It's going to be like a scene from Caddyshack.
Oh, no. I can't wait for the reference, Nick. All right, and that's it for beginner runabout. On the line, veterans runabout box stock, runabout normally aspirated. On number 321, out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, at 65 years young, Jim Devlin.
In runabout naturally aspirated. Number 110 out of Fort Myers, Florida. Rider for IPD Graphics, Moto, Option, Jet Pilot, Liquimolly, Davis Marine Systems, Pro Watercraft, and JC Racing, Chris Galata.
Well said, sir.
Thank you.
Here we go, and Jim Devlin.
Well, I'm calling 321, taking the whole shot on this one. I'm going out on a limb.
That's very insightful of you, Rick.
I thought so. I thought you'd be amazed by my insight.
I'm in.
You're in awe. Admit it.
There's a level of stupidity there that I just can't address. No, not yours, mine. No. And here he goes, Jim Devlin at 65. And I'll tell you what, Dan.
That's cool.
I'm a little bit older than that, but I could make that first lap, but that second lap and the third lap and that incredible fourth lap, not a chance. Not anymore. So my hat goes off to anybody that competes in that age. Devlin on the outside, hitting and getting. Chris Galata Trying to make that boat a little bit faster down that back straightaway. Jim Devlin trying that inside, as any good racer will. Halfway flags are out. Up next, race number 19. IROC GP, IROC Stock. Chris Galata getting a little bit crazy out there on his Yamaha.
.110 down the front straightaway. Getting things sorted out here in runabout, naturally aspirated.
I'm not certain. Was there a beer holder on his boat?
Absolutely.
What do they call that? Koozie that goes
Absolutely.
floating?
Yeah.
The thing that...
Those things come with
No, I mean, there was nothing in it, obviously.
Those runabouts come with everything these days.
Well, it's you race it and you also play with it during the week, right?
You got a little bimini for on top.
Yeah.
Drink holder. hula girl.
Jim Devlin takes his hands off the bars, opens and closes his hands a few times. God bless you, Jim Devlin. I know exactly what you're talking about.
65, those cramps are starting to hit. Oh, man, your forearms, your hands, you're hanging on to that beast he's on.
You know what? For the public service announcement for the new racers, if you're in a place where you're getting cramps early in the day and you got a couple more races, pickle juice, yeah? Not pickleball, but pickle juice. We'll get rid of it. Yeah, check it out on Pickle TV. They'll tell you all about it. Jim Devlin, white flag. He may be able to lap Chris Galata here. If he does, Pickle TV might have a sponsorship for him. Put him up front and center.
He just had his hand up coming by, taking that white flag. It looked like he had a hand in the air. He's like, yeah.
The princess wave going
I'm not sure if he was trying to get a cramp out or if he was waving.
Hey, could be either.
One of the two.
Well, here we go. He's got one straightaway and a few more buoys. If he'd like to have bragging rights as lapping the field here. And
he accomplished that pretty easily.
I'm not sure he went on the right side of it.
I'm not saying that.
But he's a lap ahead anyway, so there you go.
And in a separate class.
That helps as well. Less filling.
Tastes great.
There you go. Shaken.
Not stirred.
That's right. You've never seen Talladega Nights.
Not stirred. I have seen James Bond, though.
There he is. This is true.
More of a James Bond guy.
So Jim Devlin with a win. Galata in second. We move to race 19. IROC GP on the number 01 machine. Out of V-Port, St. Lucie, Chile. 19 years young, riding that Yamaha's Maria Elena Coronado.
In IROC stock, number 319, out of Homestead, Florida. Riding for Liqui Riva Motorsports of the Keys. Riva Racing, PWC Doctor, VP Racing Fuels, HydroTurf, Jet Pilot, and Impros, 21-year-old Shelby Warman.
Oh, Shelby turned 21. All right, on the 729 out of Lake Placid, Florida. You've seen him out here before many times at Pro Watercross. Sponsored by Stanley Racing and Atlantic Industries. The man, the myth, the legend, Jeff Stanley. He is one of those long-time X4 hole riders. It's no, he's there, right there, 720. Oh. Coronado, once again, doing the only thing she knows how to do. Get the whole shot and destroy the competition.
Hold the throttle wide open, apparently.
And I don't mean that's the only thing she knows how to do in her life, just on the course.
I think we know what you're talking about.
Whole shot, win. Whole shot, win.
We get it. We get it. We're following.
All right.
We got you.
All right,
We got you.
I'm all discombobulated. I heard Cam Newton's watching today. On the live stream.
Boy, she knows how to hold that throttle wide open. That is a fact. Out of Chile, man, she is just an outstanding young rider. 19 years old. And flying around this race course here this afternoon in Sebring.
She's doing a phenomenal job. If you watch the way she sets up these turns, and she doesn't do them all the same, depending on where the next buoy is, she'll go inside early or hold a late apex to get a better drive for the next buoy. Maria is having some fun out here. Hope she can make a lot of the tour this year.
Absolutely. Fun to watch. Very, very talented young lady. She's going to need some more competition here,
I was just thinking you can't have a women's class because nobody's going to show up for that. No, with her being this fast, it's like, really. But doesn't mean she can't be in a couple more classes.
Yeah, we used to have quite a few ladies that competed and had some very, very strong women's classes through the years, but not so much these days.
Well, up where I live, Brenda Burns, Sandy, forget Sandy's last name. And a host of others.
Oh, so many talented women riders.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we don't have more women riders.
It was a good, real strong classes in runabout as well.
Yeah, I mean, and believe me, the top women riders were right there with the majority of the top men riders.
They were very talented. And there's still some, and we're watching one right now out there, along with Valentina Lescano and
oh, look at this.
Sophie Francis.
Right in front of us, Fabio Scott takes off his helmet, showing those golden locks. This is fabulous. So great to have Randy back with us. 100%. And what do they call that thing? Is that a Bertka that Ty's got on there? Is that what they call them?
Nicely done. Nicely done, Randy.
Up next, Pro-Am Runabout, box stock. Moto number 3.
Yeah. We get final 3 races a day coming up. White flag out for the young Chilean, Maria Elena Coronado. Man, what an impressive 19-year-old out of Chile. Love to see that family show up. Very, very nice, wonderful people. All smiles.
Absolutely, and no reason for her not to continue her dominance.
It's all smiles. They're all very, very polite, smiling. I think happy to be here. I hope they're going to make, I would assume, going to go up to Panama City Beach next weekend for round number 2. That'll be a good one.
Rick, I'm just going to throw it out there over the live stream. Maria is looking for a sponsor into the United States so she can stay and race the rest of the year. Their visa only allows her to be here for 3 months at a time. So if there's somebody out there that would like to sponsor an exceptionally fast woman on a runabout, get in touch with Pro Watercross. We'll get you in touch with Maria.
And a very polite young lady, very,
absolutely.
very nice, as she takes the checkered flag and the win here in the first moto of IROC GP and IROC Stop.
Yeah, and don't misunderstand that she didn't actually take the checkered. She left it there. She's a really nice woman. Speaking of which, on the line next on that number 176 Sea-Doo out of Miami, Florida, Sponsored by Black Trip Jet Sports, Miami Jet Ski, and Riva Racing. Valentina Lescano. Wow, speaking of Valentina, looks like she doesn't have any competition here.
Frankie threw in the towel.
I guess. Yeah, those who want to sponsor a future national champion, get a hold of Maria. Those are the, in sports, the guys that can see people like that early in their career and get them hooked up with things like Nike, Have you seen that movie about?
Did you watch that?
I was just gonna say, did you see the movie about Jordan and?
I haven't seen
Nike?
it.
I haven't seen it either.
I knew Sonny Vaccaro. I knew those guys.
Oh, did you really?
Tarkanian. I was in Vegas during that time, and yeah, I was around that scene, covering basketball, playing basketball, covering basketball. Yeah, 70s, 80s.
Frankie Mojica pulls up to the line.
Yeah, great times in Vegas back then with Tarkanian and the Running Rebels, man. That was some fun times.
All right. Our starter, Randy Scott, says, fire him up. We're going to go. You ready? You ready? Gone. Bye. Bye, Valentina.
That jet ski of Miami Yamaha that Valentina is aboard is an absolute rocket ship, as once again she takes that and puts it into the lead immediately.
And she's got those sponsons adjusted absolutely perfectly.
Yeah,
the way that thing's turning.
Look at the spray coming off that boat, man.
Yeah,
when she
look
makes
at it
those
coming
turns.
off the sponson.
And that spray is 30 feet high. Wow. That's pretty impressive, man.
That's very impressive.
She is throwing a roost off the side of that thing on these corners. That is cornering.
I gotta think that's Juan's boat from last year.
Well, no, that's a GP. It runs like it.
No, I'm not saying that. I mean, just
I miss watching Juan race. He's
a
wild man on very fast equipment, man. They had some GP boats that were insane.
Yeah, well, he had some pretty bad injuries.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to
leg.
him coming back. Yeah.
Valentina, man, she is throwing some serious spray on those corners, man.
Yeah. Well,
Look at that.
That boat is set down in the water. No question about it.
It's carbon.
And she can turn that thing. I'll bet you she can do a U-turn at 60.
Oh, man, it looks
Seriously.
like it. What a talent. Valentina. Maria needs to race against Valentina.
Yes, she does.
We need Maria on one of these boats.
Yes, we do. Watch the spray coming off her back sponsons. When she's in a corner, that thing's digging in. Hey, up next, race 21, Pro-Am Ski Stock and Amateur Ski GP. Rafael Adis, Quade Brown, and Stephen Hayden. You should be on the line. I know Quade Brown will be.
Man, fun watching Valentina go around this race course as that boat is just carving some turns at speed, and she just looks so smooth and in control. The boat is sorted, and Valentina just flying.
Well, that girl is the queen of social media, has an incredible sense of humor, puts out some phenomenal stuff for those of us that follow her, and all of it a little bit tongue-in-cheek. She makes so much fun of her dad, Sebastian. It's hilarious. Sebastian, the greatest guy on the planet.
Very nice
and
people.
a heck of a cook, I'll tell you
Yeah,
that.
very gracious people. You know, we've been to a number of barbecues that they've thrown after the races, and always a nice time and some phenomenal barbecue to go along with it.
Well, a phenomenal daughter out there right now, I'll tell you what. She is hitting and getting.
They enjoy the race scene. They enjoy the whole program, and throwing a barbecue at the end of the races is pretty darn cool. We have enjoyed it many times, and we're nice people, really nice people.
I got to tell you, we were talking about beginner before, the beginners class. One of the most entertaining and frightening sets of beginners that we ever saw was Valentina and Juan Lezcano. Oh, man, talk about the right product at the right time. Drippy lemonade right behind us. Send him up to the tower. Fantastic.
Hey,
ice cold. Oh,
I just took a sip, and I'm going to tell you right now, if you haven't gotten one of these ice cold lemonades, you need to do yourself a favor and head over there.
Right.
This is absolutely phenomenal, and hits the spot on a nice warm afternoon here in Sebring. Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Run, don't walk. They will be running out soon, so grab that while you can.
That's the real deal right there. That's some serious lemonade. Wow. I haven't had lemonade like that in years. Wow. Yeah, it's good. Give me a little sugar boost for our stand-ups later.
What'd you say?
For CBS.
We're going to be going hard for the next 4 races after that. We're going to crash. That's all right. And here we go. Valentina Lezcano going for the trifecta here with Frankie Mogica about to experience the lapping. And Valentina goes to the inside.
She's not taking it easy, man.
She doesn't even back off the
She's
throttle.
not
Look
letting
at that
off
thing.
once. She has not let off
at
once.
all.
Look at her go, man.
And look at that thing turn.
Carving some amazingly tight corners. Throwing a gigantic roost. I've said it too many times, but
Right,
good,
I know, it's tough.
but good Lord, I mean, it's fun to watch, right?
When you're seeing this live and in person,
Yeah, pretty impressive.
It's ballistic. It really is.
The type of speed she's carrying and the type of cornering she's able to do at that speed, very impressive.
And imagine, she was so scary on a 15-mile-an-hour ski when that family showed up. They were a little late. They couldn't find the place. They got to, I think it was Hartwell, Georgia.
It was Hartwell.
And we were scared, thinking, man, maybe not. Maybe we should just have them pull them, talk to them. They made it through, and every week, they were there every week getting better and better and better. Now she's dominant on the world scene, and that's the last 5 years.
Very, very cool, to say the least. White flag comes out for Valentina. She is just in a league of her own, to say the least, here in Sebring.
Which is unfortunate because Maria would really like to race against her.
I think it'd be a good one. But Valentina's flying. Let's make no mistake, man. She is incredibly fast. And I was like, who's out there?
Yeah,
It's course marshal.
It's course marshal Randy having some fun. Just trying to clock her down that back straightaway. He said my speedometer only goes to 80. It was pegged.
Checkered flag comes out. Valentina Lezcano, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, that is a performance.
And Frankie Mogica out of Tampa, Florida. He is riding for Seaboost and Liqui Moly. Tell you what, you don't get that Liqui Moly unless you've got high character. And Frankie's going to come through and pick up second overall for himself.
Race number 21, and there is no one on the line. Pro-Am Ski Stock, Amateur Ski GP. Come on, guys.
We did this last time, and You're not riding. Oh, they go home? You scared them away. All right. So we go on to race 22. We'll give you guys a minute to get there. You should have been in staging anyway. Sports Stock, you are on the line. Let's go, boys. You are on the clock. And look who's down there, Christopher Landis, ready to go.
Oh, yeah, they don't mess around, man. Him and Valentina, they
learned those lessons early.
They came to race.
Yeah. Right over here. Drippy. We said, Ricky, it's drippy.
Drippy lemonade.
I'll tell you what it is. It's phenomenal.
Good stuff, guys.
Don't run out. I want one more before the end of the day.
If you guys,
I'm
if you
taking
guys
that home
haven't checked
tonight.
out that lemonade stand, you got to get over there. It is absolutely phenomenal. Good stuff. Thanks, guys. Drippy lemonade. Go get some, man. You'll be glad you did. You'll thank me later.
All right, on the line, Sports Stock, Moto number 3. Champion will be crowned at the end of this race. On the number 36, Jax Hayden. Number 43, Wyatt Hayes. The 95, a Ken Waddle. The 110, a Tori Snyder. The 201 of Christopher Landis. The 222, a Tom Killer Keller. 277 of Matt Johnson. And the 999 of Dusty Burry.
All right, ready to go racing. Here we go.
Oh,
Moto number
Landis
3.
got a great jump. What a jump. And Matt Johnson puts his hand in the air. Doesn't even look like he's accelerating. I don't know what he's expecting. He's dead last.
Landis takes the whole shot and the lead. Christopher Landis out in front once again, number 201. Early leader. He was in Moto 1, a clean sweep in Moto 1. Moto 2, though, he got the lead, but it was Matt Johnson that got around him, Kurt.
Yeah, Matt Johnson was dead last there. Here comes Killer Keller. Once again, Tom Keller in second. And there's Johnson already up to third. And look at that, there's Hayes.
Well, Keller.
Oh, no, Runner just, I think that was Tori Snyder, and he just cartwheeled down the front straightaway.
That's not the first time he's done that.
No, it's not. Let's see, is he okay?
I don't. That is Tori.
They got to see if they can get him up and out of there before our leaders come around, or they'll stop this race.
That is the 110. Here we go on the left-hand side of the race course. Landis out in front and charging hard right now. Number 201 out of Delray Beach, Florida.
Oh, he goes down.
Landis.
Just for a second. Sorry, that was Matt Johnson. I'm sorry, Tom Keller went sideways, and that allowed Johnson to move into second spot. Johnson from last to second in one lap. Matt Johnson is incredible today, Rick.
Well, he's done that all day long, moving up through the field. He had an 8th in moto number 1, unfortunately, which is going to keep him from taking the overall more than likely. But Matt Johnson worked his way up through the field methodically in moto number 2, and then took the lead over from Christopher Landis. But right now, Landis has a pretty huge lead over Johnson. But you know what? Johnson is on the gas right now, and I think he's closing that gap, Kurt.
I'm wondering if he had an issue with that boat, because it was not driving hard off the line. He put his hand up like frustration. Now, no frustration. He's going to the inside, making his move. Landis does not know how fast Matt Johnson's coming. Does he look over? He doesn't. Boy, I'll tell you what, next 2 laps, Christopher Landis is going to know Matt Johnson is right there, Rick.
Well, I'll tell you something, Kurt. Christopher Landis experienced Matt Johnson in full throttle position, moto number 2. He got a handful of Matt Johnson as Matt Johnson went around him to take the lead and the win ultimately. So, yeah, Landis knows Johnson is probably lurking back there, and he'd do himself a favor not to look back.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Matt Johnson will just blow the goggles right off you with that pump. Seriously, the way he goes, there's a lot of pressure coming at you when he makes the pass. And once again, Landis goes to the outside, left rider in front of him, Johnson on the inside driving hard. Matt Johnson on fire. They're going to be side by side real close.
Oh, here he comes. Once again, repeat of moto number 2 as Matt Johnson works his way up. Landis got the whole shot, but Matt Johnson is the story, although I'm afraid the overall is going to elude him due to that 8th place finish in moto number 1. But nonetheless, here goes Johnson by Landis and into the lead, and that's Torrey Snyder, who fell earlier. That's in front of him, about to be a lap down, and there he pulls over to let the leaders go by. Great sportsmanship shown right there by Torrey Snyder.
And I'll tell you what, some of the more drama in this race, look back a little ways. There's the number 43 of Wyatt Hayes. Yes, folks, that's a Polaris Hurricane, and he's making a move up there. Well, watch that all-white boat with the number 43 as he continues to move up.
No surprises. We saw Hayes last year in Nashville put on a show on that Polaris, and there's very few times in my entire career that I've said those words.
Right? No question about it. And Hayes now taking the inside, making a move on Landis. Wyatt Hayes is going to get by Christopher Landis here. He's got position, and looks like he's taking over second position. Boy, Christopher Landis, he's got the points in the bag right now, so the overall is secure for him, and I think he's riding smart right now, Rick.
100%, Kurt. He knows he's got the overall. He knows Matt Johnson had an 8th in moto number 1, which is going to take him out of the running for the overall. So right now, no question about it, Landis in the driver's seat here in moto number 3 for the overall in sports stock today.
And Matt Johnson on fire, but look out, Matt, because flying Wyatt Hayes on the Polaris is charging on that inside. Johnson looks over, sees him, shakes his head. He can't believe that that's a Polaris Hurricane right there with him as he's leading the race.
And at one point in time, I would have said neither can I. But
right.
We saw last year, as I mentioned, Wyatt Hayes, particularly I remember Nashville.
Yes.
Those guys came to Nashville and put on a show, and very rarely have you seen a Polaris Hurricane contend for a lead in any race that I can remember. So it's pretty cool. Wyatt and his father put a tremendous amount of work and effort into dialing in and sorting out that Polaris as Wyatt gets a little sideways as we're talking about that on that inside split.
That family are international superstars in the Polaris family. No, seriously. People from all around call up, is there anything I can do to help? I've got some spare parts. And they stopped making those boats decades ago.
They're national heroes in Minnesota.
Right? Well, here we go. Matt Johnson down the back straightaway. Chasing him down. Wyatt Hayes on the Polaris Hurricane. Johnson now started to pull out a little bit of a lead. I noticed Johnson went to the inside split last time, and that was right after he saw how close Wyatt Hayes was, and he goes in again. He's not going to give him the fast line.
Nope.
But Wyatt's going to take it.
Yeah, they're both using that inside split. Now, funny how this morning these guys all went to the outside split the entire first moto. Now here we are this afternoon, and they're taking the inside split. It always works that way. It develops, things change during the day, and it's just amazing how consistently it turns out that way, isn't it?
It's consistently consistent.
And it truly is.
So that was halfway flags are out, and Matt Johnson continues to lead. Wyatt Hayes still in hot pursuit. Those two have left the rest of the field. There's nobody else even close. In third position, excuse me, please.
Well, unfortunately, Matt Johnson, as fast as he is here, it's not going to be enough to take the overall today. Shame he was mired back in 8th place in that first moto, but that's racing, as they say, and it happens.
Well, I will say this to you, Rick. If Christopher Landis keeps moving backwards with that safe posture,
well, there you go.
You never know, right? I mean, things happen when you're not at wide open throttle.
Well, I think Landis, well, I don't know. Landis has a first and a second, so he's in pretty good shape.
Only mathematically.
Well,
yeah, he's
well
won.
said.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got it pretty much. I mean, you got next to him is going to be Torrey's down this one, so he had a 5 and a 3. Wyatt had a 3 and a 6. Tom Keller.
Yeah, Tom Keller for sure. And honestly, if something happened to Christopher's boat, Tom Keller's the only one that could take advantage for the win.
Yeah, Tom Keller's in position where he could take a win. And 277, our leader, Matt Johnson, down the front straightaway with a quickly closing in Wyatt Hayes. Hayes continues to put the pressure on our race leader, Johnson.
He really does. He has not given one iota, although I don't know what an iota is.
Not sure either.
But what he has done is start to reel in Matt Johnson once again. It's been like a rubber band, a bungee cord between them. Johnson gets a little lead, then all of a sudden, here comes Wyatt, just pushing hard and moving up again. The laps are winding down. We're past halfway, Rick. Matt Johnson going for the inside. Let's see what Hayes does. He's going for the inside. He knows he needs that shorter course to keep up with Johnson.
Absolutely right. And meanwhile, it's Christopher Landis back in third, in position to take the overall today here in round number 1 of the 2023 Liqui Moly Pro Watercross National Tour presented by Jet Trim. Landis looking good, although Matt Johnson, dude, wow.
Well, right now, Landis looks over, and he's got a battle for third happening.
Oh, that's Torrey Snyder.
It is. Oh, that's right. Torrey's down.
He's
Torrey's
down a
down.
lap.
So that's Keller behind him. And that would put Keller in 4th position.
Yep.
That'd be good for him in the overall.
It's not going to be enough to get him by Landis for the overall there, but it'll put him on the podium.
It might put him ahead of Wyatt Hayes for second.
Absolutely could.
We'll check as they come around.
Here they come again now. Johnson takes the outside split. Hayes takes the inside split. Johnson comes off that corner full throttle, and that worked out okay. I mean, not much change really in position there.
No.
And I got a feeling they're gonna finish, unless something happens drastic between now and then. They're probably gonna finish about this far apart.
Well, never say never, Rick. I have seen Wyatt Hayes on that machine lap the field in 3 laps, and that is very difficult to do.
Of course, we've seen these boats at the very last lap give up the ghost and cost Sam Nemi, for sure, a title.
World title.
You know, and so it does these 2 strokes, although this is a stock class, so they're not pushed nearly as hard as the GPs, to say the least. But anything can happen.
Johnson continues to lead across the line. looking for some laundry to be coming out there in the next few laps.
I think Matt Johnson's definitely looking for a white flag.
It's like, help me, help me.
Love to see it come out right now, but it's Johnson, Wyatt Hayes stretching out in front of Landis in third. Landis in a nice safe position in third, and he's got a buffer with Torrey Snyder behind him and then Keller. So Landis is sitting pretty right now.
Yeah, Landis is sitting pretty. I'm thinking Matt Johnson, he turned 40, and if you look at Wyatt Hayes, he's a double deuce. He's 22. Here's where you want to take that youthful excitement, Wyatt, and push that old man to the brink.
He's looking
everywhere.
He's looking for that white flag one more time. Matt comes by going, come on. What are you guys doing to me here?
And I am not certain, but it looks to me like Wyatt doesn't have the top speed he had a little bit ago. I wonder if he's just backing that thing off. Wants to save it to the end. This is the third and final moto, and he'll have a great finishing position. Torrey Snyder coming in and chasing down Christopher Landis. Those two have practiced together quite often and know each other's riding styles. So Landis is there. Torrey's not going to do anything to upset his his overall ranking, but he'll certainly try and make a move on him if Christopher leaves the door open.
Well, Torrey's not going to quit racing, that's for sure. The white flag finally does come out, much to the relief of a hard charging Matt Johnson. Man, he's been looking for that white flag for three straight laps here.
He's calling in for the resuscitator.
Man, he has had the pressure put on him by Hayes the entire third moto here. Once he got by Landis, then he thought he was free and clear, but not so much.
Yeah, I was going to say, now you know how Christopher Landis, now Matt knows how Christopher Landis felt.
And Landis continues to stay ahead of Snyder, although Snyder out of the picture.
Yeah,
that's down after that get off.
Keller there, and Jax Hayden back in the throw.
So here we go, coming in to make a couple more turns, making the left-hand turn onto the front straightaway. It's going to be Matt Johnson taking the win here. He is one ecstatic young man, and he'll take the win of Moto3, but Wyatt Hayes will take second. But let's keep an eye on third place, because that is going to be the key position here, Kurt.
Yeah, well, it's a battle, but Christopher Landis got this well in hand. Torrey Snyder is holding, in front of Tom Keller, so Keller's got no, chance to really get by Landis here with the rider in front of him. It's too bad. Wish Torrey would have followed Christopher.
Here comes Christopher Landis taking the checkered flag, and that is going to give him the overall win for the day here in Sebring.
It sure looks that way. Everything from the Tower of Power is officially unofficial. We'll check the standings at the award ceremony a little later on today. Well done.
All right. Race number 23 on the line.
Kevin Scott. Kevin Scott. Third and final moto.
Final moto of the day. Pro-Am Ski GP and Ski 4-stroke stock. On the line for Pro-Am Ski GP, number 12, out of St. Cloud, Florida, on the Pro Watercraft Pro Force 3.0, Isaiah Washington.
On the number 51, K1 out of Miramar, Florida. Sponsored by Carrera Motorsports, BMS, Tim Judge, Fuel TMR, Exotic Signs, and WSMR Racing, David Cabrera.
Number 300, out of Matthews, North Carolina, on the AOMC, Jimmy Wilson.
Bouncing the ski, 4-stroke stock on that number 22 Kawasaki out of Ocala, Florida. Sponsored by Weber's Lawn Care, Scott Weber.
Here we go. Let's keep an eye on Jimmy Wilson, boat number 300, as he is absolutely dominated here in Pro-Am Ski GP today. And it is Wilson once again taking the whole shot and the lead.
Isaiah Washington was right there. He moved over and let Wilson go by. Great sportsmanship by Isaiah Washington. These two have been dominant in this class. This third and final moto, let's see how it goes, Rick. Wow, what a turn by Washington onto that front straightaway.
Jimmy Wilson out in front, down that front straightaway into the right-hand side of the race course here today at Sebring, Florida. Round number 1 of the Pro Watercross National Tour. And it is all Jimmy Wilson once again laying down some tracks here on this beautiful course in Sebring. Isaiah Washington on the Pro Force right behind him. And, man, these two have been flying all day long out here, Kurt.
Yeah, and you said right behind them, but the kind of speeds that they're going, half the straightaway really is right behind them.
Oh, it's only a couple
one bobble.
seconds. Yep.
That's all it takes, one bobble, and they're right there. Isaiah Washington tearing up the inside, going on the front straightaway. Wilson already making his choice and going to the inside split. And Washington will follow, Rick.
Yeah, the speeds these guys are racing, absolutely phenomenal. And the amount of effort and conditioning and skill it takes to ride these skis at this level, absolutely phenomenal. And having said that, any moment, anything can go sideways and go wrong. That's why you never know. You have to keep focused. And when a rider gets out in front like Jimmy Wilson is right now, it's the challenge. The biggest challenge is not his ability, it's the focus. It's to stay in the moment, stay focused in what you're doing, and not let the track or the ski, this horsepower these guys have, get the better of you.
Well, Rick, you and I both raced in the past, and you know, when you're that far out in front, all of a sudden that machine, you know, like the back of your hand, sounds start to sound a little different. What is it going slower? Am I doing everything I can? You know, you called it. You're fighting, you know, your own head out there.
Yep.
Because as Jimmy Wilson is now, has a whole straightaway between himself and second place, and Wilson continues to charge every single buoy.
Yeah, you watch Jimmy Wilson out there, and the style is absolutely effortless. On an absolutely ballistic watercraft, he is in control, very smooth, and almost makes it look relatively easy and effortless. And the fact is, it is anything but that. It takes every ounce of energy, muscle, focus, and concentration you can muster to keep these skis on the track going in the right direction without making a mistake.
And you know what else it takes, Rick? It takes a phenomenal support group. AOMC has been huge for Jimmy Wilson. When he connected with them, he skyrocketed. Judge Motorsports and Broward Motorsports have been crucial in his rise to the top of the sport out here. Fly Racing, ADA Racing, Hot Products, all those people believe in Jimmy Wilson, give him the best that they've got. And boy, I tell you what, Jimmy is putting it on a show today, as he always does, Rick.
Well said, Kurt. Very, very much the case. And in watching Wilson, you just get a sense of complete competency. So smooth now as he works his way up through the field. Lap riders in front of him, not a problem at all for Jimmy. He's not swapping around out there. He's not making mistakes. He's just smooth, in control, and knows, you know, it's his ball game. And it's the focus that he has to maintain. He looks over, he sees where riders are, he has to make decisions, which way to go on the track, how to make it around smoothly without putting himself or them in any kind of peril.
Rick, he is shedding left riders like fleas off a dog's back. I'll tell you what.
Yes, he is.
Wilson
Kurt.
on the far right-hand side of the track. Sets up early. Watch the way he joins that back straightaway. Throws that boat sideways before the buoy and keeps that speed up. Keeps that speed up all the way down that back straightaway. And he gains 3 to 4 boat lengths every single time he's on a straightaway. That AOMC machine is absolutely spectacular. It runs. We've never seen that boat break, I don't think, in 3 years. He is absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, to your point, these Kawasaki 1500cc four-stroke power plants have proven to be very, very reliable engines. And we have seen very few failures with these power plants at the highest level of racing, and I don't expect to see any. They're pretty sorted out now. The tuners know what they're doing, and the engines produce a massive amount of power. More power than most riders can actually utilize, although with Jimmy Wilson, doesn't appear to be the case. I think he's using all of it.
I'll tell you what, I said his name earlier, he is always banging on Tim Judge's door. Hey, what can we do to make this thing accelerate just a little bit more? I'd like to get like another half a mile an hour at top speed. Let's go try some props. Jimmy, we've been doing it for the last 4 days. Well, yeah, we still got a couple more days left in the week. Let's do it.
Yeah, there you go. That's what it takes to win at the highest level. And Wilson is showing that he has every bit of the talent that it takes, combined with that AOMC sponsorship, Tim Judge, the tuners, a absolutely phenomenal package. And he has put it all together right here in Sebring. And looks absolutely phenomenal out there. A real treat to watch this guy ride.
No question. You know, I want to put a shout out for the 220. Blaine Spooner, who's in that ski four-stroke stock, has been out there dominant in that class and battling with these GP boats. Crazy good rider out of Sunrise, Florida. And also Sophie Francis on that 911. I know she was a winner a couple of weeks ago in another series, and she is out here putting the pedal to the metal. You see her going down the front straightaway right now. That's Sophie Francis on that 911. She is absolutely ballistically fast.
Yeah, she's got a first in Moto 1, a second in Moto 2, so she is in great position for the overall day. So definitely a great ride for Sophie Francis. No question about it. As we continue to watch Jimmy Wilson and Isaiah Washington go at now. Wilson coming up behind Washington.
We're going to start calling him Jay Will, something like that. We're going to say that name so often, I want to shorten it just a little.
Wilson putting on a show here. He's coming up behind the Pro Force of Isaiah Washington, boat number 12, who in his own right, incredibly talented rider, top-level pro rider. But in today's race, no match for Jimmy Wilson, we'll say that.
Nobody's a match for Jimmy in that AOMC machine.
But to Isaiah's credit, this is a brand new boat that he's on. He has had 1 hour on it before he got here to Sebring yesterday. So he is learning a brand new ski, figured it out, going to be making some adjustments, going to be sorting it out, and he will be ready to race again next weekend.
Well, side by side, Isaiah doesn't want to get lapped, but here he goes.
Not much choice today. Wilson absolutely in a league of his own, and he has been for a bit. We last year won the national championship, and going away, put on an incredible show in Nashville, downtown during the IndyCar races on the Cumberland River. And I'll tell you what a highlight reel Jimmy Wilson is. Yeah. Lap after lap.
Pick any race in the last 2 years, and if it wasn't a win, it was a second.
Yeah, he is always on top of the game and always a threat to win any event that he enters. And I think that's on full display here in Sebring.
Yeah, no question about it. Isaiah Washington had been slicing through, lapping riders, but now he's looks like he's just moving over to let some of the other riders that are competing go by.
He might be getting a little tired.
He's coming in.
Looks like he's going to bring it in.
I think he's running out of fuel there.
He's got a problem. Something's going on there.
It's exhaust.
Yeah. Looks like it. Sounds like it. All right, Wilson.
Here, there's Sophie Francis, the 911. This woman is amazing. The stamina she has, she is an absolute physical specimen. She is out there working out every single day. Now raising 2 daughters by herself. It's a horrible story of their husband, Eric the Eagle, unfortunately not with us anymore. Sophie continuing to race. It's a family, and boy, there's nobody out there has more support than Sophie Francis right now.
All right, here comes Wilson one more time, making quick work of this third moto. Jimmy Wilson putting on an absolute display here of talent and AOMC horsepower on that GP1 as he comes down the front straightaway one more time in complete command here in Sebring. What a show. Jimmy Wilson, a treat to watch all day today.
Absolutely, every time we see him on a racetrack, you know he's going to be competitive. He may not win everything. Well, I think he's won everything except for 1 or 2 over the last 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, he's won a lot, to be sure, and he's leaving no question in anybody's mind who the rider is to beat here in Pro Am Ski GP to start the 2023 Luc Wamali Pro Watercross National Tour powered by Jetrim. It is all Jimmy Wilson, and now we're going to start looking for a white flag as Wilson comes down the front straightaway. White flag is out. 1 lap to go for Wilson.
Jimmy's got that final lap jitters. I'll tell you what, no matter how many times and how long you've been out front, when that white flag comes out, you start hearing those strange noises I was talking about earlier. Jimmy makes the turn. And you know, Jimmy's one of the best riders I know of in the last lap at choosing where to make passes. He doesn't blast through everybody.
That speed down the back straightaway on the final lap with no one else around just shows the grit and determination that Wilson possesses as he comes around, making the final left-hand turn onto the front straightaway, taking the overall today. Jimmy Wilson brings it home here in Sebring.
He did a great job out there, phenomenal. Isaiah Washington, another great ride for him, and now he's got an hour and a half on that boat.
Good point, Kurt. And that's all she wrote, Kurt.
right, Mr. Lake. What a day of racing here.
Outstanding. Beautiful day here in Sebring. And just as we say that, we got a big storm supposed to arrive shortly.
Perfection.
So an absolute perfect day of racing. Jimmy Wilson caps it off with an absolutely amazing performance to end a perfect day here. And what a way to start out the 2023 Tour, Kurt.
I'll tell you what, it's been a spectacular day. We're looking forward to more tomorrow. With the pits have been crowded, people everywhere. For those of you online, I know you didn't see us earlier, but thank you for showing up. Hope you enjoyed it. We know there's a little audio problem. We'll fix it next week at Panama City. Unfortunately, you're going to have to suffer through with us tomorrow. Want to give a big shout out to our cameraman, Jaden. Love to see some commentary on Caden. Sorry,
let's get the name
love
right.
bug is driving me crazy here.
Come on, buddy. Caden.
Potato.
Done a fine job.
Cam Newton, you know.
And we'd like to thank
all free.
Our host city, Sebring. Great way to kick off the tour. Great place to be. Most of all, thank you to you guys for watching, enjoying the show. We hope you did as much as we enjoyed bringing it to you. And come back tomorrow, and we'll have a good time with Amateur Day.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jaden, come over here on this side of the camera. I want people to see. No, for years people have said, you need a cameraman, you need a cameraman. Get over here in the middle. Great job. We want to hear from you. Did Jaden do a good job? Did Caden do a good job? Either one of them. Give us a call.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Au revoir.
You don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the Liqui Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by Jet Trim. If you can't catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network.